Hello, Richard here from EagleSix Airsoft. We are going to be building this 416. It has Hello, Richard here from EagleSix Airsoft. We're going to be building this Tokamari 416. So this is a new build purchased off the website, and we've got some paperwork here with some build specifications on here, so requirements. So we've been asked to install an M90 upgrade spring. So obviously this is a brand new gun. So obviously for people using these videos as like use cases, we've got effectively a new gun here, and we're going to be doing basically like a level 3 package, so it's relatively simple in the grand scheme, but you'll still see all the procedure that we go over on this. So we've got M90 spring going in. Customers requested a number 7 Psionic kit. So it's worth pointing out that the customers also requested a 275mm barrel. The problem is with that particular barrel is the window cut is the wrong size for the number 7 kit. Sorry, so it needs a number 6 kit. So so I'm going to exchange the 275mm barrel for the 285 barrel. So I believe they're the same price, if you know what I mean. So I don't know if there's a problem with the configurator or whatever that's led to that, if you know what I mean, but yeah, that's we've just changed that as something that we've made the decision to do, from the workshop. Customers also asked for a Dean's conversion kit, so I believe there was a tan one ordered, but we've swapped that over for a black one, and the customers requested it be built for 2 5s. So another small issue was that obviously 2 5s are very light ammo for using RHOP kits, so they obviously put a lot of backspin on BBs. They're designed for obviously lifting heavier ammos, so there's a potential chance that there's overhop on those 2 5s, but we are going to test and build it for 2 8s after speaking with the customer, and we're going to do some testing on both ammos to see if how they perform on both. So it's also worth pointing out that we do have to, in order to maximize the builds and to get the performance that and upgrades that people are looking for, one way we achieve that is by using heavier ammos. So we use the heavier ammos to effectively allow us to put extreme amounts of backspin onto a BB while keeping it flying flat, without overhopping into the sky, because you can send .2s 100 meters, right, but it will just be like artillery, so instead we use the exact same hop setting that would otherwise artillery .2s, and then we use the weights of the ammos to progressively bring down the shot until it's nice and flat and long, while still maintaining the extreme spin, which will create lift under the BB, which creates this carry, like in golf, and then obviously that's where we achieve extra range with heavier ammos. So we use the weight of the ammo to do that. But obviously we're not on this. We're going to be using 2 8s and 2 5s. So we just have to rein in expectations a little bit on the build. Also, sometimes our hop can promote slightly wider groupings, and then obviously we counteract that with heavier ammos, so typically, so again there might be some inconsistencies there. So I've spoken to the customer, and obviously this is all things that we just have to point out, that like I say, it's not just about sticking in, like I say, an RHOP kit, or sticking in this and it just magically works with all types of things and parts. There is the specs and the build specs and stuff that we come up with, if you know what I mean, are in theory for reasons, but we've got our specification from the customer, and we're going to build that specification. So we're doing that today. We're going to detail it on there and the step by step. So for those not interested in a level 3 build on a brand new Delta, I guess they can turn off now. But for those interested in this particular one, we're going to just progress through with the building this up slowly, methodically, and detail it on the screen. So because we have this as a brand new gun and it's working, we actually have the benefit, which is not often the case with broken guns that come in, that we can actually potentially take an amp reading before we even start on this one, to kind of get almost like a sort of baseline. So we can obviously just take off this stock we can pop on a stock that we made earlier. Which is this one. So we haven't really changed the variables too much here, you know, they're both similar stocks. I mean, we've added on a little bit extra with this fuse here, but it was already a fuse on the other one. So it's not exact, but it's close enough. Deans. Okay, we want a burst on single. And then also we want obviously one on full auto for a few seconds. So we just want to sort of get a bit of twang coming from that for a brand new gun. It's reverby in here though, isn't it? So now obviously we can disconnect it from the gun, remove our stock. We can get our paperwork out. We can jot down some information, because information's never a bad thing, is it? And here's today's pen. So starting. Always the phone calls when I'm on the video in it. Right, 107.8 watt peak with 14.19, which is absolutely fine. So you could suggest from that, if you know what I mean, that technically it doesn't need a rebuild, but that is the problem, isn't it? With you know, one gun does, one gun doesn't. You know, it's we standardise our builds, you know, with obviously what we call best practice, you know. So rebuild all guns. That way you standardise, you know, what the customer receives. It's always built the same, and then that way you can guarantee it's all good and working. So we'll obviously double check, you know, the shimming, and we'll obviously double check that everything is nice and free moving in those original bushings, because sometimes they are not, you know. So it's suggesting that everything's absolutely fine, but we'll obviously feel it, you know, with our hands and double check shimming and just make sure that it is absolutely. But yeah, it looks like re-shimming this bad boy is going to be a smidge overkill, but we'll do it. Righty, so we'll put the stock to the side because we're going to do that a bit later. So we need to obviously get into this to do our reshimming and make sure that the M90 spring is spot on as it's installed, and yeah, so and then just double check obviously shimming. Once the gearbox is obviously that sort of stage, we can then start to rebuild it back up, and we'll also put the conversion kit in there as well, if you know what I mean. So we'll take you through that process. So I need to flick this solder line on, and we need to remove the locking ring, at the very least, just to crack it off. little stiff there because obviously all the original Loctite that's on there, which is fine. We need to double check these, so I just apply a bit of heat on these with the original Loctite. There's just no point trying to round them off. What we want to try and do is do this whole thing as sort of non-marking as possible, because obviously it is a brand new gun. That's going to need a bit more on that one. That one's come off. There it goes. It's just a simple trick this, and honestly can save us problems and you problems, you know, because we're the ones that get the bloody guns coming with the rounded off things. People are saying, can you sort it out? It's like, just a little trick just to kind of prevent them happening even in the first place, you know what I mean? So okay, so we've covered the wire guide and we've got these screws. This is the new longer versions, which is good. Okay, we're still going to be utilising this original connector. So we try to keep obviously TM's vanilla. We know what it's trying to offer, you know, but we just try and improve what TM's trying to offer, you know. So the quick change system, the wireless system is a really good system, you know. It's just needs to be slightly tweaked and improved. So solder and iron, we're just going to touch this on here. So that comes off. Touch this one on here. So that comes off. Okay, so we'll recover the parts, put that over there. Now we'll be adding a power spring, so there's a potential chance that obviously amp goes up, but there's also a potential chance that we mess up shimming, so which is obviously why we'll test the amps, you know, when we're done, to make sure that obviously everything's good, not too thing. Obviously we need a goal of really as low as possible, you know, while still having a more powerful spring in it. Okay, so we've got a non-marking pin for the front here. We just want to punch this through. Put that to the side. So what we want to do is pull, sort of put a thumb here, because you're actually going to be pushing this lower receiver backwards. We want to just edge this off at the back. We want to move it forward, so that obviously it comes together like this. And then we want to just basically slide off this upper receiver. We're going to keep this section all together at the here, okay? So then we can put all this to the side over here. Then obviously it's going to potentially start going flying, so we're going to remove this, because obviously we want to try and recover the stuff safely. So you put your charging handle and spring to the side. We've got a spacer on the left, which is left-handed, so that's the left spacer. We have also a spacer on the right here, so make sure you recover your two spacers for the gearbox spacers. We've got the blowback system here, so we're just going to pull this forward and up, and then we're just going to slide it all backwards and then put it all to the side. So okay, we're going to turn this. We want to bring our wires through. So pay close attention to the kinks in the wiring. We're going to be adding them back in later. So this particular one is not having a MOSFET being put in, so which is a shame, because obviously it's a great opportunity to put one of them in, but it's okay. So stock tube off. So in this particular case, so if people didn't want to check, you know, obviously based upon our thing, you know, build practices and stuff, obviously we've amp tested the gun, you know, which is pretty low. We've got the you know, obviously the power spring is the new style one, okay, so which is not connected to the actual gearbox itself. You could theoretically say now, obviously, that you know, for path of least resistance, you know, so for quickest thing to the customers and for people at home and stuff, you know, the simplest option now is just by putting in an EagleSix M90 spring, pop that in there, put a little bit of grease on it, and then just close it back up. So you know, just redo all the stuff, you know, and you've potentially done in less than an hour. It's obviously a really nice change that TM have done to that. That's you know, potentially going to speed up a lot of people's builds and stuff. But we've got some extra things that we have to do, just because you know, obviously we've been around the block a little bit. Obviously there's some modifications we want to do internally to obviously the piston. We want to that's going to make it a bit more reliable long term. There's potentially modifications to the original contact switch set. We could easily put a solder onto that to obviously give some longevity there. Yeah, it's, you know, we don't have to, right? But obviously the problem is when you know that there's problems that can happen with guns, you know. So, and obviously we'll, you know, you've got this opportunity now when things are open to do things obviously once and once for all, you know, and properly, you know, in air quotes. But yeah, we realised that yes, there would be a certain amount of success, if you know what I mean, that if you literally just put a spring in and then closed it back up. So famous last words, eh? So eventually when this goes back on, you want to make sure obviously all these threads are clean. Get rid of any Airsoft Loctite. You can use a flat bladed screwdriver for that. So it's a little risky, but these are really common for these screws to come out. So, and even though it's a 1.5 and we generally don't put Loctite on 1.5s, I probably would recommend a little bit of blue Loctite on the inside of this, as to when you're not necessarily on the threads, but on the inside of the button, basically, to try and hopefully stop that that unwinding for the customer in the field. So screws out, these are self-tappers. So as you're winding them out, there would be pressure in an upwards direction unless it's jammed down. So hold it down as you're taking the screws out, because obviously you don't want the pressure on the threads. We can then put these to the side. Make sure obviously they're clear of any debris. You don't want to be winding all that back in. Then take your base plate off. We'll also want to recover the spacer, okay, the plate spacer there. Then these wires we can just basically pick off. Okay, so as per all the other videos, if you're not sure, take your camera phone, and then obviously take a picture of your grip orientation on the wiring. So if you take that picture before you start disassembling any gun, then obviously it won't be confusing when you potentially go back to that. Sometimes, you know, days later, if you've had to put the guns to the side while doing other things. So obviously it's coming up this back bottom part, and then the red's coming up the back at the back of the top right, if you know what I mean. So sometimes it's really important with obviously the angles of different grips to get the orientation correctly, and make sure you bring up the wiring the correct way. We get obviously a lot of guns coming second hand and they've been put up a different way. That puts the motor at a different angle, which can obviously cause all kinds of problems just from simply routing wiring incorrectly. So where's Big Orange? Here he is. So recover the ambi, and just put this to the side. Okay, so we've got a central pin in there, so just get your non-marking tool. Just punch that through and just pull that through. So we want to tilt the gearbox upwards. We want to remove this bolt release button, put it back down again, and then we're going to tilt the other direction and out this way. Okay. Okay, so we're continuing. We've got the gearbox out. We can obviously just move this lower over here, and so you can see here, if you know what I mean, like how potentially there can be sometimes issues with where's my calipers? So yeah, so sometimes there can be some discrepancy on obviously these shaft sizes. You know, where basically, you know, one's like that size and another one is a bit different, a bit thicker, and you know, it's worth paying attention to, you know, to make sure everything's obviously spinning and moving freely. So make sure you recover that spring. You know, when you're moving the bolt stop assembly, we want a so there's only so much you can do for obviously reliability on an original TM, you know, parts and stuff. Because obviously they're not aftermarket bits, you know, with like steel, you know, racked pistons and stuff. So remove the cylinder set. Okay, so obviously if the user is insistent on obviously using the original contact switch sets, and typically this is created by overcurrent problems, but not always. They can generate failures on these contact switches. So obviously, since we're in here, we're going to take the opportunity to just solder that. Because it's one less failure point, if you know what I mean, for the customer long term. So we might as well add that in there. Not always guaranteed, but I mean, literally, a gun was dropped off today with the exact same fault, so it's fairly fresh in my mind. So we're also going to take some measurements of obviously the shims, and we're going to take the opportunity to actually seat the bearings properly with you know, Loctite compound, if you know what I mean, just to make sure that they stay in place. So 0.48 for sector gear top. Where's my paperwork?
You know, filling that customs thing at the bottom.
0.17. Gearbox spacer, no guide. The trigger, you can just lift this up and just make sure you recover the spring. Put the spring back on its retention hook, which is there, like that. Okay, so we'll do top of the TM Brave, put in a wide buoy. So 0.16. You've got to remember, this is the extent of TM shimming, you know, or any company for that matter, if you know what I mean. They've got boxes of gears, they've got boxes of bushings, so they put the bushings in, and then I've got a preset amount of shims that have obviously worked on their guns, yeah, so there'll be one particular one for one particular one for another. They'll have a box all lined up, and then obviously just basically sector gear, bushing, sector gear, shim, you know, just all the right ones based upon a numbered chart, and that is it. So effectively no measurements. They're just working on the assumption that, you know, they're making things pretty much identical each and every time, which obviously we know just from mass production that that's not always the case, you know. So yeah. So yeah, and in theory that's where obviously the reshimming and stuff come in. So, but you know, like I say, it's a pretty good example, this one, if I'm honest. So I don't know why, but it's always scars that seem to be the worst. So yeah, don't know, maybe a harder gearbox to put together for the manufacturing teams. Right, so I've got measurement at that top, so I need the bottom, but we'll just do bevel top as well. So we'll put him over there. We'll recover the ARL. You need a measurement of the top. So 0.48. So if they use standardised shims, we technically got a 0.16 measurement, you know, from one of them. So so if they're all meant to be the same, you know, technically one was measuring slightly smaller. What if it was measuring slightly bigger, you know? It's obviously gone the correct direction, or the, you know, but it could have gone the wrong way. I need my little razor, wherever that's gone. So bottom of the spur gear. .16. And we need the bottom of the things. What are the odds that this is 0.16 as well, eh? 0.16. So the odd one out actually might be that 0.17 then. That's on the bevel bottom. You know, from TM's perspective, they know the heights of the bushings, you know, they know the heights of the gears, they can now get basically set exactly right in the step heights, you know, because obviously they've just got a dialed in shimming. You know, we come in with obviously aftermarket gears, you know, you just can't go by that anymore because obviously the gears are a different size, so that's in theory where the shimming comes in. So we are going to clean out some of this grease, and then we're going to reseat these bushings to make sure they're in properly. And we want to remove this contact switch set because we're going to solder that. So on the underside is what's called the this is the electric safety switch. Okay, so so TM put it in so that you have a mechanical safety which is on this trigger here. So so this is the mechanical safety. So that physically blocks the you know, when you put it in safe, the trigger from moving. It physically cannot move. So you have a mechanical block, you know, and safety. So they're worried that that snaps somehow. Yeah, and even though never seen it. You know, and then obviously they're backed up with an electrical safety. What I have seen, however, is that as you move in this selector plate, it doesn't push this safety down hard enough for whatever reason, and now you've got a break. Old as, you know, one of the oldest failing points, if you know what I mean, of you know, mechanical switch sets. So so yeah, over-engineered, you could say, and added, you know, complexity, which is just an additional failure point. So a lot of aftermarket companies, they remove those. TM obviously still keeps on doing it because you know, they make the most perfect guns, don't they? So no problems at all. You know, from their perspective, it's faultless. So what we're going to do is we'll hold it down, and then we're just going to tack a little bit of solder just onto this right hand side here, and just try and get a little join there just to hold that down. Righty, so where's an additional hand when you need it, eh? So obviously, because I've got, you know, no spare hand, if you know, and I basically just pre-tinned the tip, if you know what I mean, with just a little bit of solder. Obviously, it allowed the flux to just kind of pull that off the tip and then kind of just fill that little gap there. We'll double check that it doesn't need sort of a little bit of sanding just to be flush, but otherwise, you know, obviously you don't want to be massively overheating this. Obviously, you could easily just melt that entire fucking area, you know what I mean. So so yeah, we'll, yeah, just be careful. Look at that, that is tidy, tidy, tidy boy. Right. Just tidy that down just a little bit. Oh, that's good. I mean, we'll check function obviously later when we reassemble it. But yeah, that's looking good. So obviously recover the contact switch set and screw. Okay, so now we need to pop out some of these, assuming they need redoing. Shit, they're alright, aren't they? Do you know what? That is spot on. Let's check these ones. I'll literally have to hammer them out, so I think I'm quite content with them, to be honest. So that's really a good job there on this one. Yeah, it's a really good example, isn't it? You see the change TM made to the gearboxes. They put like a little wire runner in here, so I was kind of hoping that that meant that they might be dropping a MOSFET at some point, but no, I think it's just to add a bit more room, you know. So from their servicing department, they probably see a few frayed cables, too many. I'd love to say that it was specifically to help out us guys installing MOSFETs, you know, but nope. There's no way they give two poops about that. But they probably had some issues in their servicing and probably advised their factory accordingly, and then they obviously made the change. But it's that or the MOSFET dream. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? So we need to just double check these runners to make sure that they're nice and smooth. Got polishing stuff somewhere. These new, I mean, look, there's not even any the normal casting lines that you normally get. Honestly, it's just, yeah, it's not. I mean, like I say, there is this subtle, slow improvement, you know, obviously on TM's, you know, stuff over time. You know, just little subtle stuff. Which makes me wonder if they sometimes watch some of these tech things and then improve things, but I know it's not the case. Just mostly the runners and the top of the rail. Remember, we don't need to be massively doing this to a polished super high standard and stuff. I remember a while back a YouTuber done a test on these runners and stuff are marked like on the sides and stuff, and there's very few places that actually really touch the piston, you know, from a physical test. But the runners do, and obviously we know that not necessarily this example, you know, but you know, other ones have the you know, the casting marks and stuff around that area, so it is good to try and get rid of that and just make sure that the area is smooth moving. Like I say, we'll take that attention even if TM has revised the gearbox over time. You can ask the question if you want. Oh, is it? There we go. So we just make sure that obviously all the burrs are off there and any sort of edges and stuff that might potentially scupper that piston. And we'll clean that off in a second. Righty, so we've got to strip down for obviously doing the shimming checks. I'll also just prep this piston. Quite a lot of grease on that. So we're just going to do a second tooth mod on here, which is just removing the one tooth before pickup. The one that can, obviously if it's ever so slightly slow at returning for whatever reason, it can obviously come through that piston in order to hit this pickup piston, in which case obviously it's going to start removing that. And because obviously the material then gets trapped between there and there, it can sometimes cause damage things. So we're going to pre-remove it rather than the gun try and remove it, you know. So even though this gun is not going to be, you know, running 11 volt or not running any sort of high rates of fire. Like I say, it can sometimes be slow returning for whatever reason, just, you know, blockage or pinch jam or you know, bad BB, or, you know, and obviously the piston tries to compress and it's like a compression lock, you know, the air can't go anywhere else. Piston's now slow moving back because obviously it can't compress, and it only has happened a moment in time, you know, with obviously how fast the gears turn, just a momentary blip on a radar, and obviously now it's sitting, you know, so instead of coming home, it's about here, you know, and obviously the gears then just come through that. So we obviously take that tooth away, if you know what I mean, to give it a bit more room. You can take it to half height, it's, you know, you don't have to go all the way, but or you can go all the way. Either way, it doesn't really matter. But right. So we've got that, and we've got these. And in terms of compression, we can just double check. It's really good. Just a little bit of the gunk removed, and then just put our slightly lighter, thinner stuff on there. With obviously the tooth mod, so that should be that prepped. And we just need to double check the shimming, which is unfortunately the most time consuming and boring bit, and ironically what we don't absolutely need to do on this one because it's pretty good, but we're doing it anyway for double checking things. Right. We're going to start with the bevel over here, so we're going to remove obviously what's on the underside of it. So we just have the top. We're going to put that top in over here, and then we can just check TM's height. Think about, like, I suppose with these videos and stuff, we could obviously take some shortcuts and obviously demonstrate those, I suppose, but just remember, at its core, obviously a gun tech needs to be able to take a gun, tip it out onto the desk, and then reassemble it. You know, like I say, if anyone wants to know what it takes to be a gun tech, that's what you got to be able to do. You know, you can't just go in and change springs and stuff and then be gun tech. You know, you need to be able to take every single gun that you work on, tip it out on the desk, and then be able to rebuild it from the ground up. Guess we can just check the height. Obviously it's just interesting sometimes, you know, taking this opportunity, you know, to always take note of obviously what TM is doing and where TM is putting things, you know. Sometimes obviously we're, you know, you can learn things, other times you're actually finding faults, you know, it just depends on, I mean, they've got theirs perfectly in line with the edge. I mean, like I say, it's there's an area of success, and you know, I think that's pretty spot on. See in there. So yeah, you know, we haven't got much room for coming in. You know, I prefer to just, you know, smidge it out ever so slightly, but what we're doing here is obviously double checking TM's shimming, yeah, so because there's no point changing it if it is spot on, but we can double check to see if it's spot on. So you want to make sure obviously you've got a you know, that freedom of movement up and down to be able to do your height check. Obviously if it's binding too much on the bushings, which can sometimes happen, you want to try and adjust that. You know, either that's by sanding the actual shafts of the gears themselves, or the other option is going inside the bushing and just lightly sanding with like a round file. I tend to lean on the side of the just sanding the gear shafts ever so slightly. Time for today. So hoping to get this tested this weekend. Plenty of time outside. Though it is pretty windy today. Plus Battlefield beta tonight. I do believe I'm going to have a little dabble. So we've just got shims on the top side of the gear. We're just going to be checking how much movement there is on top of the gear, see how close it is to it. So you always want to rotate it just to make sure that it's obviously in the correct position. Then what we're going to check for is bounce. This slack between the gears. It's got a nice little bit of bounce there, isn't it? How much movement have we got above and below? I mean, there's quite a bit of movement there. It's interesting how much TM has got between that, you know, because typically speaking, we'd pretty much remove all of that. Yet the gun sounded fine and the amp usage was fantastic. But just from a technical aspect, you know, I would normally be sticking in a shim right now, which we're just going to have to follow procedure. So take that slack out. Now what we'll do as well, when the gearbox is back out, we're going to put the two shells together and we're going to see how much slack there is when you put the other shim in there, because it could be that we just need to move that lower shim to the top. I mean, obviously if it's got a bunch of slack in there, of course the amp usage is going to be great, isn't it? But then obviously we have that potential of a bounce that can obviously cause damage to gears and stuff. So yeah, that age-old sort of thing, you know, where sort of back in the day you'd obviously shim up, you know, just deliberately with slack, you know, because it's the safest way to not over shim. Apologise for the delay on getting back to this one. I know obviously you guys it just skips from 1 second to the other, but for me it's been a bit of a break. I'm going to try and get my head back in the game on this one. So I think we were at the point where we were just double checking this bevel height. Obviously we've got a bit of movement there, so we want to take out a little bit of that slack. Yeah, let me just measure those. Oh, Jesus. I've got 2 seconds without the phone going. So 0.16 on the underside, and that's looking like it needs to be a little bit more. So got some 0.2s over here, we could try one of them. 2 is not enough, so let's try. Takes us now to 0.25. Just going to put this to the side, confuse things. Let's try 3. Just don't want to do an MP5, do we, and go a bit too tight. Do have some freeze somewhere. That's 0.5 in a 3 tub. But we could mask this. Yeah. Oh my god, phone. Yeah, I think that's spot on now. So there's pretty much all the play taken out of that. Organise that while I'm doing it. Okay, so obviously in the process of shimming, we now need to do a sound and amp test on just the bevel only, which does require us putting in a bit of a loom in there. So where's that loom? Oh, I didn't. That's the one. So it's going to need a new spade connector on there though. Not sure I didn't do that last time. Bear with me while I just crimp this. Find some fucking pliers. You're doing these spade connectors, you always want to solder them. It's just not enough just to crimp them. Hush, hush, hide away. Not where the mark is on that wire, so I'm wondering if that's going to be too long, but we'll find out in a minute, won't we? Okay, when you flip these upside down, you want to make sure that the wires are clear. And you want to do that again as well after you've pulled these about and put the grip on. Really annoying, they come through the wrong bloody length. So that's set, obviously a little bit too tight, and you can hear it change its pitch to obviously not good. A little bit too loose and it gets not good. So so we're perfect on the first setting, which is nice. When it goes like that. Obviously we've taken out all the slack, so it should be better. Gives us a bevel only. .96 amp. With a watt peak. 30.6. Okie dokie. So now we need to move on to the rest of the shimming. Right, so I'll put the bevel to the side. I really should measure that new one. I don't need to measure it, it's friggin' free, wasn't it? Pen. So new is 0.3, 0.48. Let's have a smidge of play, doesn't it? Still got a bit in it. So it puts us on 0.25 on both sides. So forgive me for the lack of chatting, but obviously you get the concept of what we're trying to do here. We just want to take out that slack on that middle one. I'm just obviously methodically trying different shims until we get that slack removed. Right, so that's removed most of it, with obviously the tiniest little bit left. Obviously we don't want to go into over shim, but we do want to try and take out the a little bit more slack than what was there. So we're now at 0.32. .26. Right, what are the odds this one's got slack in it as well? bit. I don't want to raise it much higher, so I've put the 2 on the top. I'm going to take 0.1 off that, it's just too risky. That's the issue with obviously the shimming and stuff, you know, most of the time just to play it safe, although we have amp testers, you know, you don't want to risk obviously the over shimming. There's a little bit of forgiveness on the plastic bushings because obviously they can just muller the bushings and, you know, free it up a little bit, but the metal ones a lot less forgiveness on those. Just 0.59. .17. Okay, so we're gonna pop all of them in with a little bit of grease, just to do our amp test. So we needed some extra length on that black, didn't we? In fact, I think that might just be better the other way around. Hush, how do I? Hush, hush, how do I? How do I? Roll pin. really annoying that there's a black mark on there, and it's obviously for something else. For fuck's sake. I think that's too tight. I'm going to redo that wiring for the third time. That's the water come from. Much appreciated. like a gap either side of this central bit, the end bell on this motor, so that the base plate can go neatly either side and doesn't actually physically press it down. Feels better, that does. We'll try it again. Substantially quieter, isn't it? You can see it was definitely pressing it down, that thing. Yeah, should have known. Getting a bit of a blast on 11 volt there. Gets quite a few rotations in a very short period of time. Okay, so we've got a reduction, 3.08 amps. .9. That's actually less with 3 gears than it was with just the bevel only. So it could be that that bevel only is just sort of freed up a little bit. The bevel's just, either way, it's good numbers. I'm happy with them. Okay, so with the shimming completed and obviously you know, nice amp numbers and slack removed, we can now obviously proceed with full reassembly. So we know we've got seated bushings and we know the bushings are intact. I've literally taken brand new guns apart before and seen broken bushings. So yeah, we've gone in, we've done the inspection. We've made sure they're seated, we've obviously re-shimmed, we've removed any slack while simultaneously making sure that it's not over-shimmed, and we can now just build it back up again and then move to redoing. So we'll do the hop after that, and then we'll then go and get some testing results with that hop and the customer's chosen ammos. Once we've got those measurements, we can then obviously dial in the FPS. We can't do the FPS until we've got the range done. So, because we need to set the hop, because the hop affects FPS numbers. Okay, so we'll continue with this. We're going to rebuild it. We've got all our amp readings, if you know what I mean, from it, so so that can allow us to move forward now. So we're going to remove obviously our temporary wiring. Okay, we're going to get the cut-off lever back in. Okay, select a plate. Right, we want our contact switch set. So previously we'd done the modification just to make sure that obviously the potential breakage, which is a fairly common fault on original TM guns, say any guns that still use the this electronic safety. I mean, a lot of the aftermarket companies removed that feature a very long time ago because they used to just copy TM verbatim, but they're all going their own way now, and a lot of them removed the you know, electric safety just because obviously it's problematic. TM, they just stick to their guns. So same gun for 30 years. Righty, so we've got the, there it is, a little screw that holds this in place. And if I could just get a screwdriver that's got a little bit more grip on it. There it is. It's absolutely freezing in here today. I'm just going to pop this cut-off lever spring in. Tend to grease springs, the general rule. There we go, so we've got a free moving cut-off lever, returns nicely, obviously depending on the position of the actual fire selector. So obviously this is going to bounce as the gear turns, and obviously it creates single shot, single shot, single shot, single shot. Obviously if we want to move it to full auto, we just move that and it's now full auto, so it's not able to lift this and disconnect it, so full auto. Okay, so there's going to be a anti-reversal latch somewhere. There we go. So we can pop the trigger in. Probably these big old shims. Most people just move to using the smaller shims. A lot less hassle with interference problems. Okay, so just run over the, move your hand over everywhere. We're obviously looking for, the double checking obviously our parts and stuff. Make sure that there's nothing sort of left over. Obviously we're popping this on in a bit, we'll pop that on in a bit, we'll pop that on in a bit. So we're not quite there at those yet. We're obviously not quite there at the base plate yet. We have got a gearbox screw there, so we'll need that in a minute, and obviously we've got another gearbox screw there. Got our bolt set, our fake bolt set there. We have obviously a power spring, a spring which obviously going to be being replaced because I've got another spring to go in there. We've got the tappet plate spring which we'll put on after we've assembled it. We've obviously got the piston that we've done the modifications to, so in theory it's So we've got a compression check before it goes back in, and we've obviously got the second tooth mod done. It's as strong and reliable realistically as that TM piston will ever get. We've prepped the runners and the guides, so they're all prepped. And that's pretty much obviously ready. So obviously before we reassemble, you can always do a compression check. You always make sure that obviously the timing lobe is at 90 degrees, so that it's not being pre-engaged, if you know what I mean, and caught underneath this, and you're not trapping anything on it. Make sure obviously your wires are down, and then we can do our last little bit with a roll pin. We're then going to pop any shims that are on there onto their location, so that obviously we can tip this up without fear of obviously bits and bobs falling off. So we're going to locate this. We will start with the front, and then we're going to then work our way down and over. Make sure obviously all the wires are in. Make sure obviously the triggers obviously free moving, and then we can stick our finger in the back here and just make sure that the piston actually operates. If you have a normal V2 gearbox, so you can take a long rod and you can obviously poke it down there and then check if the piston moves. There will be a spring in there, but you'll have to compress it. The reason we do that is to make sure that it's not trapped on the runners. That test has to be done before you move any further in this process. So it just needs to be done as what we call best practice. You do that before you go any further, and it will save you a lot of headache down the road. To the point where, like I say, it almost becomes a non-issue. So because you completely avoid any obviously problems. So we need a smidge of the red. Okay, we don't want to put a lot. I tend to like it not on the actual threads but on the actual face of the screws. Okay, once you've popped a little bit of that red on the surface, between the actual screw, what you can do, just to get a little bit under the actual screw, is just back it off and then wind it back on again. A little bit will creep just underneath the head. Okay, so, and obviously all these are just what I sort of call nip tight. Don't want to be like really cranking them up. Obviously it's not good for the metal threads, but also you can standardise then the torque. Okay, so this one will sort of settle as we're rebuilding it. It gives obviously the time for obviously drying. So we're going to pop the bolt release lever and the linkage there. We've then got the spring. which we just rest on like so. So now we get our screwdriver. You want to do it so it's like just sort of down on it, and then get the nail, and when you pop that into the little hole, and then make sure that obviously it's down around the actual sort of barrel of it. Then we can just do the final tighten, and then obviously just make sure that it's free moving. So tappet plate spring, obviously because it's the new V2 gearbox, it's just a replacement of the original TM V2 gearbox. Obviously they've made certain amendments. One of them is obviously to put this convenient tappet plate spring hole at the side there for the sake of just putting a small hole. It just means that you can obviously take out and take the pressure off the tappet plate before disassembly, or obviously conveniently put the spring in now afterwards, because that made obviously reassembly significantly easier than say a normal V2. So we'll pop that in there, and then we just obviously need a little bit of grease on there. Right. So we'll locate into the receiver now. So we want to guide the wires at the back through, and we want these wires through the pistol grip hole. See it, we're going to locate the trigger, and then we want to pull the wires through. We want to get it sitting into its position, and then what we want to do is we want to tilt backwards. So we're going to put this bolt release in, but it has to be on top of the lever. And make sure it's operating. So another thing before you carry on, if you have obviously changed the nozzle, make sure that it is not spinning. Okay, it can't spin, it needs to be with the notch facing downwards. Okay, so and obviously free moving, I think it goes without saying, but it's worth doing that tappet plate check for both its position and its free moving before reassembly. So the same as the piston check. If you build them into your procedures, then in theory you'll never get caught out. So we're going to locate the gearbox now. The gearbox frame pin. It's original contact switch set, so it's being held in there by the actual contact switch itself. So we are going to pop on the, we need the spring. So we've got our EagleSix spring. M90, pop it in there. So it's a little dry, I don't like it dry, so we're going to pop a little bit of grease on there. So as this compresses, it's obviously going to coat the whole spring. Okay, we've got nothing else specced up on here, like obviously sling plates or sling points or spring guides or anything like that, so we're just going to put that onto this. So as this goes in, you just hold the gearbox down a little bit and it will go over the top of it. So it screws around it. So don't over tighten it. So what we're looking for here is that that's now located this in a completely straight line. Okay, so so now what we can do is, now we know that that's in a straight line, we can put the grip on. What you don't want to do is put the grip on without that on, and then obviously pull it down, and then obviously then try to get this on, and then obviously everything's just slightly off skew. Alignment can be really important for gearboxes. So grip. So there should be a cog. See, look, that's why you check the desks. Wandered off over there. So this cog basically just pokes in underneath the backs of the wires, and then sits in that little bit there. So obviously your gears, the fire selectors, make sure they're obviously both the same orientation, and then we want to lower the grip down. That's then going to obviously trap these in alignment. So now what we want to do is we want to tighten up these going backwards before you go forwards. So don't overly tighten like one, you know, so just tighten up the other one. So that's just like nipped up tight and then nipped up tight. I mean, obviously you want grip screws done up, so that obviously, as you know, some customers will literally swing their whole guns by the grips, you know, so obviously it does need to be on tight. But obviously we don't want to over tighten it, you know, to put obviously pressure on this lower receiver, or you know, to obviously, you know, potentially pull the gearbox that direction. So remember, everything's only cast. So take the black wire and bend it downwards, i.e. the wire that's at the back. Doesn't necessarily have to be the black one, as long as it's the rear wire. Go down and then to the back, and then the red wire, or the wire that's on the left, we want to bend it so that it's right at the top, going across the back, and then goes all the way to the back. So then we have two wires coming up the back of the grip. You know, it's really important to just remember all the problems people used to get back in the day when we used to try and obviously eke out faster builds by doing fatter wire, basically. You know, in the worlds of NIMS, before we had Lipos, and yeah, it used to cause all kinds of problems. You know, let me just rewire your gun with huge wire. You know, it's going to be loads better, and cause all these problems because you just don't foresee the issues. You know, with obviously motor grips, because well, tech improves over time, doesn't it? So motor, obviously we want the black on the right, because obviously that's going to be in line with the black wire. We drop him down, so make sure obviously we're free moving. Just pay attention obviously when fitting aftermarket motors, they can be different sizes both in length and width, so obviously making sure that there's no fouling or problems there. It needs to be a clean bounce. So now we want to try and locate this wiring onto there. We want to click it, so it kind of clicks in and gives us a little bit of a gap with our nail between the actual motor and the wire. And then we want to put this on to that one, and then we want again a little bit of gap between there so we can get this base plate on. So take your pliers and then just give these a bit of a pull. So if it's as easy as that to come off, you want to nip this up a little bit, okay? Just be careful when doing it, don't want to go too much. So that would have potentially been a problem. Obviously, for a very short period of time, that may well have just dropped off to the customer and created a problem. Obviously, on an initial first game or something. You know, my gun's starved, it's not working. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Is that you know? And it's just a little wire come off the bottom here because it's upside down. You see gravity and vibrations. So obviously making sure the base plate is on there, the adjustment height adjuster there, and then what we're going to do is we're making sure, obviously you can see inside there that it's dropped between the wires, between the motor and the wires. Now obviously we will then want to make sure we're springing neatly up and down and make sure we're getting those wires either side of the actual, so we're not pressing the wires down. And then we can get the screw in backwards. These are all self-tapping holes, yeah, so they've got zero tolerance for, you know, electrical screwdrivers or, you know, cross-threading. So we just want to recover this spring. So obviously the dead parts we send back to customers unless they've said otherwise. So let's put the magazine release on. Okay. So technically, I'm going to be a bit careful with obviously the blue Loctite on these. Oh fucking hell, it's way too much. Problem is it's a 1.5 Allen key, so you know you go too mental on the Loctite and this damn thing's never coming off. You know, once it's rounded, you then got to bloody Dremel this out. So on the other hand, you know, it is a common customer complaint that the magazine release becomes loose, and then they're like, well, you know, really we expected that to be you know, tightened and not come loose in the first game. So it's you know, that amazing condescending tone, if you know what I mean, so you get like, oh well, other gun techs would have addressed that, you know what I mean, so you know, but there's a reason in theory. We want to be a bit liberal with sorry, not liberal, but the opposite, sparse I suppose, you know, with Loctite on a 1.5mm Allen key. So I'm going to move some tools out of the way now. Now we start the cleaning. Right, okay, so we've got to the wiring, which we cannot finalise until we've done the range testing, which we are very behind on this gun. Really need to get some crocodile clips or some shit. Okay, so I'm just going to do the black first onto there. Righty. Fuck me. So double check your orientation, just to make sure that obviously everything's all you know, black and red. So give it a yank just to make sure obviously they're solid and, you know, weak connections, because obviously you're going to be dragging that outside and doing your range tests with it. Righty, so this particular part here is obviously ready for reassembly of the upper receiver. We haven't actually prepped the upper receiver to go back on yet, so we're just going to do the installation of the R-hop set, or whatever product the customer's bought, if you know what I mean, for its it's number 7 set, so let's get all that installed. Quite a lot of hot bar for 2.5 ammo, but I think we've probably already talked about that. Oh, I'm out of green tea. Okay, so pull gently this connector off, so the spacer, and then we can slide the barrel set out. It can be quite dirty, original, sort of new aftermarket barrels, so just give it a clean with a cleaning rod. Remember, it's consistency that you're looking for, so if you do things the same every single time, then obviously you can work out the variables when there's a problem. Such a wide window on these ones, these Prometheus wide cut ones. Typically speaking, for NGRS you'll want the small nub. It's usually marked with an S, i.e. that one. And just the one patch, is it? Okay. Just double check fitment. Nice. Look at that, Psionic patches, they're really nice, aren't they? Look, they're just perfectly smooth. You know, it's gonna be nice to see some different material options, you know. So, but yeah, I can't cut them that bloody neat. So, we've got the black line that always has to be at the top when the barrel's facing left like that. So obviously we'll just pop that in like so. And then we want to locate it with our Kapton tape. So I've done it a little loose. You can pull it down quite tight. Yeah, and sort of get it naturally sitting a little bit lower in there, but we don't want that. We don't want that sort of extreme lift. So obviously we're going to be on 2.5s. We can take our rubber, just obviously locate it. I mean, I see it's got a locating bit, but obviously all the rest of it's pretty much just empty, you know what I mean? So we can remove our spring. So when you're doing hop units, no matter which one it is, you always remove the nub and the arm sets. You just, I know people don't want to do it because it's extra work, but you know, honestly, it's the best way to make sure you recover the actual nub itself, you know, rather than getting that situation when, you know, you're at a game site and the person's like, no matter what setting I put on my gun, the BBs just roll out the barrel, you know, and got no hop. And, you know, turns out, well, have you done anything? Well, I mean, I installed a hot rubber last night. Oh, right, okay, right. Well, you know, usually what's happened is people just have forgotten to put the actual nub back in and didn't realise it was even a thing, this little nub there. So obviously you have to then scavenge one up and get one in there, and then people do all that, oh, well, emergency biro tricks and shit like that, you know, just to get their gun going. So when you're pulling this out, try and brace the whole unit and put pressure on it, and then just leave the pressure there to get this barrel out. Slow pressure, because what you don't want to do is basically yank this, is have it quickly snap out and then yank this whole front end off. Just keep slowly working it out till the barrel comes out. There it goes. So TM used something on there to get a really, like, you know, great seal. It's yeah, managed to replicate that. Okay, so we're removing TM's sort of you know, high pressure hop system, so which is obviously a sort of a big bump inside there, which obviously lowers into the window, and then we've got this other bump which obviously presses down on it, so you get more bump. Obviously that then provides this flip lift. You know, and the shot type tends to be quite arced, you know, so but pretty consistent. So some people, some of our customers actually do prefer it. There's sort of no right or wrong, I suppose, just different preferences when it comes to hop systems. So we quite like the low pressure system, so it increases FPS a little bit, and it also gives a high amount of backspin for the heavier ammos that we prefer, though it can produce slightly more wider shot groups, you know, so at a distance, but the trajectory can be quite flat, you know, so which obviously a lot of people do prefer. And in our blind tests, people tended to pick the R-Hop one out of the two setups. So as you're putting the C-clip in, try and move the barrel about to make sure that the C-clip is properly located. Make sure there's no grease inside there from seating of that. And then what we're going to do is we need to get a BB. We need to make sure that this is not too tight. Fucked it. It's going through, famous last words now. It's 416, so we can just put a little bit of stabilising tape on. Find out if that's too thick in a second. Spacer back in. Impossible to break these. Don't know how people do it. Right. So, other than the fact that we obviously haven't tested, you know, the oh flipping hell, freaking nub. Look at that bad boy. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it? So when you're putting these nubs in, make sure that obviously the nub moves freely up and down like this. And it goes for any gun, no matter what. And then obviously if you don't get that free movement, MWS is a pretty good example. And you want to tweak that. Problem with MWS is you can put it in and it gets clamped once you actually install it. It closes it, so which obviously can cause a problem after installation as opposed to right here when you've got it all out on the bench. Yeah, looks straight. So all you can do is say it looks straight, and then the rest is up to testing. Yeah, so it's one of the most important parts of the process of the teching is to obviously after you've installed all this, is to actually go out and shoot it. So if you don't, or a tech doesn't build that into the process, then obviously they're basically just playing the odds and trying to get lucky. Hoping that obviously that installation is good. I mean, I don't know how they would bear the financial costs of obviously posting it out and then getting the damn thing returned. Since people send us guns from all over the bloody country and countries, world. Righty, so yeah, not forgotten any bits this time, which is good. So we're going to pop these little bits inside here. Just going to remove the packaging so I don't realise that it's been this is no longer stock. So we can pop this upper receiver on. So all this should be all intact, and obviously this is what this little washer is for, to obviously hold it all together. So that it's obviously easy to install. You can then just pop that on and just locate the rod at the front. Get the back bit here. Just make sure you get the orientation correct. There we go. Put that in place. So hold the charging handle by the spring. I'm going to locate the spring at the top here. Clip the charging handle into place, and then just hold it there like that. We then want to slide it into here, and then when we get to that stage, we can then find our spacer for our left side, and just press the side downwards to put pressure on it so it's located and held in place, and then hold the finger there as we obviously pivot round, and what we want to do is pop this one in that side as well. And then what we can do is just slowly start nudging it back, and that will locate in. We want to back off this stock tube, okay, for the pin installation. We don't want any pressure preventing this, at the upper receiver misalignment, and then we should be able to just tap that in. Where's the rubber mallet on? You'll do. So just try and use non-marking tools where possible. It's just having a bit of respect for obviously the customer's property, and if you are doing this tech-in for people. Okay, so gun is now obviously basically got a power spring in there, which may or may not be the correct one. Luckily, obviously, we've got this ability to now quickly remove this stock tube, so we can try a vast array of springs, if you know what I mean, to really sort of dial it in within, very, very close accuracy. Whereas obviously a SCAR or an AK or something like that, it's going to be a full disassembly, so there's a little bit more of a wider pass mark for SCAR, to prevent obviously insanity of having to completely rebuild a gun each and every time just to get within 1 FPS of the customer's required limit. So then we're going to obviously there's nothing else to prep in terms of, unless there's obviously a problem, you know, from range testing, or you know, I mean, what happens if it's overhopping like everything, you know, apart from, say, you know, it's overhopping all the customers' ammo, we've still got that to test out, you know. Then what we've got to do is obviously finalise all this stock once we've dialed in the FPS, but we don't want to do all that until we've actually, you know, confirmed the FPS, and that's all good. I will, before we move further forward or on to the next stage, is prep the stock. So we are going to build the Dean's connector set. So with regards to the, it's getting a lot easier to do obviously the Dean's conversions now because of TM. So I still utilise the conversion sets, but you don't have to. So technically speaking, because I know some strops don't or aren't willing to stock the Prometheus stuff or buy it off us at convenient trade prices. You know, they want to sort of go their own route where they cut up all the stocks and stuff like that. I'll just show you that obviously you just don't need to, you know. So obviously 2 pieces of 16mm 16 AWG silicon wire, and why is that one slightly longer than the other? Shouldn't be the case. Just trim that off. Okay, so what we want to do is we will just trim these off, get some ends. Okay, so standard stuff, we're going to put a Dean's connector on. Every shop can do this. I mean, I can do these for people if they want. I think they're going to be about a £5, 6, 7, 8 quid or whatever, you know, on the website. You know, if people don't want to do this stuff themselves, it's fine. You know, it is time and equipment cost, isn't it? You know, so also there's consumables here, isn't there? So, but we're going to just solder this onto this. We've got some small issues with obviously Prometheus restock, so there is a possibility that obviously they won't be making this kit going forward, but I'll show you obviously that other than a 3D printed part, you can just do this conversion now without the Prometheus kit. flow, won't it? Go. So we just need a little bit of heat shrink. I believe this is the 3.5mm stuff, and we have black, we have red, get a little bit of heat. Okay, so we've got the Dean's connector on, and what we're going to do is just strip this wiring at the back here. I'm just going to pop our little heat shrink on. Okay, so we're just going to put our little connectors on, these little ring connectors. My world's worst crimp tool. Right, so we put our heat shrink up to the ends. Okay, we get more heat on them. Okay, so if you get in the Dean's conversion kit, it will come as that basically. So you get the bars with the original mini Tamiya connection that comes with from Prometheus, which obviously we don't like the fuse block because it removes an entire side of extra space. So we provide you this conversion with that conversion, so you can now just unscrew those and screw them on. And I'll just show you that now. So it's worth pointing out that you do obviously get these plastic parts which are quite handy in the conversion kit. Where's my 2mm gone? Doesn't matter which side is positive and negative. So you'll get that orientation done when you put them in. So you just want to sort of do it up a little bit loose. I mean, this doesn't have to be Dean's, you know. You can obviously do it any Tammy if you wanted to, but just I think the key is obviously it being shorter, you know. Okay, so push that one out of the way because we don't need that anymore. We will need this cover. So obviously these are the bits that if we do a conversion set that you know is ours as opposed to you know, obviously using the Prometheus ones, these are going to be the hardest bits to obviously replicate, because now you can make that out of the transport spacer, but that will need to be some kind of a retaining cover will need to be 3D printed. But we've got this obviously the butt pad. I'll take that off. Obviously remove the original transport spacer, which is just there for cosmetic reasons. Then we're going to remove the actual fuse connection block. So this obviously accepts the original TM proprietary batteries, which are 8.4 volts. The problem with the original proprietary batteries is that they are 8.4 volts, so they're obviously very slow, and they also can sometimes have resistance problems where they build up an internal resistance and you think that they're charged when they're not charged. You obviously get to game day, and even though obviously your charger it bleeped charged, you know, on all your batteries, that's not running the gun, or not running the gun well. Obviously suffering prolific lockups because obviously the low power. So yeah, and until TM obviously do them as Lipo packs or lithium ion packs, we are recommending obviously that unless you want to go down the expense of having them all professionally reselled with 9.6 volts, they are not realistic to use. So obviously fitting a MOSFET system can make them more viable, you know, as something that you could possibly use. But yeah, we're still recommending that the cheapest route, rather than you know, it's just to simply buy a £20 Lipo and you know, your £35 conversion kit. You know, so for the price of one battery, you're now completely up and running. You know. So obviously once we pull this bar kit out, so I'll say now that TM have obviously if you've got an older one, obviously you're stuffed, right? But if you've got these newer ones that where they've modified it now, you don't need to solder them anymore. So because they've got the you know, the holes drilled and tapped. So obviously if you want to, you know, you can use the original TM bars rather than the Prometheus ones. Obviously use our little connector set here, put the ring connector over. Remove obviously this end cap here, and then yeah, just use the original screws to screw it to it. So so yeah, so unless you've got, like I say, an old Sopmod, which obviously we're still providing these kits because obviously obviously we think they're a good product, right? But B, you know, it's until you can sort of guarantee that every gun you're going to be working on is of the newer variety with the blade connector. You know, it's we still need a conversion set, but now that Marie's done that, and obviously given enough time, all the old Sopmods will obviously be dead, gone and buried, and obviously all we'll have is these new ones, you know. So and yeah, it's much easier because you can just unscrew these, put those connector on, and obviously use the original TM bars, because obviously it's aluminium, so it's very hard to solder to, you know. So you know, I'd argue impossible, but you know. So to install this, we're just going to poke through these little things. So you'll need to make sure that they fit in the holes. Sometimes the Prometheus bars can be a little tight on the holes, which this one is. So we need to get like a 2.4 and just run through that, maybe even a 2.5. So we're just running these drill through there like this. This one's 2.47. If it helps with regards to your tooling. Go. So now what we can do is we can lift these bars out. We want the black one at the top, red one at the bottom. Push these pins through. Okay, so now we're going to pop this tray in. Alright, and then obviously we want to tip it upside down and we want to check the orientation. So, because obviously when it's upside down like this and you got the connectors obviously facing up, these ones on the underside like that, the left one is always red. Okay, so and you can see here that the left one is red and the black one is right. Okay, and that way you obviously know that the orientation is the correct way round, and you don't accidentally short circuit anything. We're going to put this spacer on there. I'm going to use one of these screws. I like to use the longer one. Okay, so that puts that onto there. We're just going to bend these up. There you go. So, and one stock converted to Deans. So you can put a crane stock 1300 7.4. The LP308s work quite well, or the 302s. And you put one down one side, one down the other. Then you take the excess and you tuck it down the side of the stick Lipo. So that obviously all that is just tucked neatly down there. No need to chop, no need to solder, no need to do anything. Well, I say no need to solder. I had to put a Deans connector on, you know, but you know what I mean. No need to try and solder onto metal bars, if you know what I mean. So so yeah, and that's now officially converted over. So and still retains obviously the quick change system. The reason we do that is because obviously the customer's paid for it. You know, it's part of the gun. It's literally labelled as a feature. You know, you wouldn't like to receive an iPhone and somebody's removed the camera because it's convenient. So you know, you've paid for that. You know, so the quick change system. You know, the quick change system of stocks, the wireless system. You know, with obviously not having any trapped wires in there, it's part of the advertised feature. So when the companies remove them, yeah, obviously I don't agree with it in the slightest. Not when there's a really super neat, easy way, if you know what I mean, to just, you know, do that. And like I say, if the companies don't want to commit to buying that product, they can just screw it onto there. So all they need to do is just do a small little bit of wiring, you know. So it's just a little bit of thought, you know, and it's just a nice, neat, convenient, quick, easy way to do a conversion on that. So yeah. So that's now converted. I'm going to be tidying obviously all these bits and bobs up. We're going to get this stuff back onto his shelf because obviously we need to test tonight. Hopefully it's a little windy, but yeah, I'll try and get that out there tonight and get that tested. So then we'll be able to carry this video on tomorrow with with obviously hopefully past test results and chronoed results of the gun, and then obviously we can do all the finalising of the stock, which we'll video, and then obviously at that particular point it's a little bit of drying time, and then it's ready to go back to the customer. So but yeah, cool. I'll carry on after range testing. Okay, so we range tested this, and I did have a small feeding issue, which I've had to just lightly sand that hop rubber, which I reseated, which I had another project on the bench, so I couldn't put the camera on, unfortunately. So, but I just thought I'd mention it. Obviously, once that feeding issue resolved, I'd done the range test, and it was all working fine. So for obviously at range, but obviously it is overhopping 2.5s on the R-hop setup, which was obviously to be expected, assumed, which obviously we've just proven out. And yeah, obviously the 2.8s were okay, but obviously they are on the minimal hop setting in order for 2.8s to work. So obviously the recommended ammo, as always, is always 3s and 3.2s for the R-hop. That's what it's sort of designed for: maximum hop, maximum lift. But the 2.8s did work, so we've measured on the 2.8s, it's 288 FPS. So we've tried putting one power spacer on, and it did take us to 298, which takes us over the limit for 2.8s. So there's really no more room there, if you know what I mean, for adjustment on the FPS. So 288 is final. So we are going to set this stock in stone now. So we're going to obviously desolder this, we're going to set all this stock up, and obviously at that particular point, the gun's done. It will just have a little bit of a wait while we wait for the Loctite to set, and then we'll do our final testing video just to make sure that obviously there isn't any jams or any problems, to make sure that obviously the customer has a good first time out, hopefully. So we'll just desolder this now and get this soldering iron on. So this wiring we're going to thread through. Just remember the red on the left. a little bit of a pig to do that while trying to stay on camera. Okay, so just going to solder this connector on. Grab that door. Right. See if we can go 5 minutes without some distractions. Okay, so we've installed the quick connector. So this is obviously for the wireless contact system. And we are now going to just solder on the wiring. So the actual connector up here, you want to get a flat bladed screwdriver, something like this. What you want to do is pop a dent in this wiring, so basically push down. So it has like a kink, so that it doesn't catch on the back side of this. And that way it doesn't pull the connector at an angle. So you get an equal amount of contact surface area over here touching. We're only just doing what TM have done with the original wiring, so that way it gets it at this flat angle with the wires going down, and then this will fit over the top without pulling this obviously at an angle. So I'm going to pop this wire cover over here. So just slide it down and under like that. No need to muller this and turn it into something that looks like a dog's chew toy. It's as simple as that. So then we're going to put this wire guide on, and what we need to do is put pressure on the wire guide with my G-clamp, which is God knows where now. There it is. There we go. Okay, so with the pressure on there, when we release it, it's going to spring upwards and then put some pressure on the inside of these screws, which is obviously then going to prevent them unwinding. But if that isn't enough, then we're going to pop a little bit of this blue Loctite on here. Again, it's a small fragile screw, so we're not going mental on the Loctite on these ones. We don't want them rounded off or whatever, and I'm going to Dremel the bastards out. Self-tapping holes, so they're not machine threads, self-tapping, so make sure you use self-tapping screws here, and that you find the threads before. Oh, that's another distraction. Right, so once we've got the G-clamp and the screws in, obviously the stock tube is still loose, so we want to set that. So we have a jig for that. So pop this into there. Need the gun being flat on the table, so that way this is straight with that. And now obviously if we had to, if we had a difficult locking ring, we could obviously undo it, but we haven't. We've got the opposite going on, so we're going to pop a little bit just inside of the so it goes between the upper receiver and the actual threads, and then obviously we want a little bit on the actual nut itself. And then we can do it up. So make sure the spacer or sling point is obviously correctly in place before. You don't want to be cranking that up, if you know what I mean, with it misaligned. And then we need a tool. So we've got these ages ago from Etchigoya. Can't even access their websites nowadays. Okay, so we want to do it up hand tight so that obviously it's not overly done too much, and then we're going to tap for the last bit. So just to basically finish off, and then so that way we know it's not done massively. Obviously we could get a big old lump hammer out and just start hammering it, but obviously this is all cast, so obviously we don't want to be really cranking that up too tight. We want this Loctite to now set, and then obviously prevent this unwinding. Yeah, so so we let the Loctite do its thing. So now we can obviously just put this gun to the side. We can put the stock on. There we go. Obviously it's already got the Dean's conversion on there because we did that before. So it's now got Dean's conversion. Obviously upgraded, rebuilt gearbox, and yeah, and obviously range tested for accuracy. So so this is a fully finished gun, but we will go and do an extended testing video, which you'll see any minute now. But yeah, I'm going to end this video here. Thank you very much for watching. Please like and subscribe. Please visit the store and support us so that we can keep doing these fun things. And obviously we'll continue to video our work and keep uploading it, just you know, for content and also to help out the community. So thank you. Hello, Richard here from EagleSix Airsoft. We're going to be testing this gun build. So this is a HK416 Delta, and this one has had a level 3 kit installed. So we put M90 spring in. We've got the number 7 Psionic kit with the 285mm matching barrel from Prometheus. We've done the Dean's conversion at the back here, and we've rebuilt the gearbox with any necessary mods, and made sure we've amp tested throughout. Obviously initially started off at about 14 amps, and even though it's got a power spring installed now, it's now still 14 amps, if you know what I mean. So there's effectively no loss. I'd like to think that's because of the amazing shimming that we've done inside there, and all the little fettling things that we do. But yeah, it's now ready for a range test. Well, sorry, we've done the range testing, and we've got 288 on 0.28s, and we now need to just stress test it really. So obviously if anything's going to fall off or drop off or break, if you know what I mean, for the customer in the first game, we need to try and prove that out with a good blast, and then at that point obviously it's ready for dispatch. So so we'll give it a good go. So just get some BBs. Going some on the rounds per second, you know. Obviously all it's got is a Dean's conversion on there over a standard gun internally, other than the rebuild that we did, you know. I just, you know, I really rate our work, that's all, you know. So in terms of what we gain for the rebuild, do you think we'll rebuild a standard ordinary gun, you know? So surely it's perfectly good out of the box already, but you know, I argue it's much better now. So just a more enjoyable experience. There we go. So all tested, giving it a good thorough blast. So hopefully it's all good for you. And any problems, let us know. But otherwise, we hope you enjoy. Thank you.